Welcome in, everyone. I do apologize for the delay. It seems as though your regularly scheduled Manticore will not be able to make it this evening, but I repeat, we do have a little bit of a fill-in for you. Ta-da! Yeah, I needed to get used to moving around in 3D again, so I figured why not do a little bit of testing tonight with this guy again. I hope all of you are having a wonderful evening. So, counter to what I actually said, on the very, artistic blue sky post, we don't have a ton to discuss, but we do have an interesting little game this evening, The Inheritance of Crimson Manor, which, as you might be able to guess by now, is yet another puzzle game. But this one also has a little bit of story to go along with it. And it even went so far as to describe itself as being reminiscent of Resident Evil in the mechanical puzzle style. So I'm interested to see how this one goes down. Alright. Without much further ado, let us be on over to the game screen. There we are. Alright. And get us hooked in here. And a 1. And a 2. There we are. Well, even the right size the first time. How about that? Alrighty then. Shall we get into it? After working for more than 10 years as the private assistant of this enigmatic railroad magnate, Hadley Strange, the news of his sudden death, along his entire family, takes you by surprise. You have now been appointed as the executor in charge of fulfilling his last will and as the caretaker of his majestic manor, a luxurious property on the outskirts of London. Upon your arrival at the mansion, you found a cryptic set of instructions that could make you change your mind about who your former employer really was. Was that a little loud for y'all? Is that alright? Okay, objectives, hint. Is delve into the mansion and investigate why Mr. Strange appointed you as his executor. Okay, well, first of all, we need to turn up the sensitivity on this in-game mouse, because that is not going to cut it. Okay, is it actually easier to play mouse controller on this case? Okay, Steam, can you recognize that I have a controller here? It does not appear as though it wishes to. Hold on, please. Alright, that's a little bit better. Alright, what do we have here? Tragedy in the Thames. Members of the renowned Strange family have lost their lives in a tragic and mysterious boat accident. There's also a new paper cutter machine. How riveting. Dear probate conservator, by express instructions of the deceased, you are the only person authorized to enter his office and give initial reading of his will. Please do so as soon as possible in order to locate the heirs and proceed with the correspondence testamentary process. Pardon me, I haven't seen that word terribly much before. P.S. One of the front door knobs has been damaged during my visit. Please add it to the pending repairs list prior to the execution of the will. I have placed the fallen knob inside one of the closet inside of the bottom drawers on the entrance closet. Lionel Caron Garo, attorney at law. Okay. Stopped pocket watch. I'm not sure why you would leave that behind. Alright, but we got ourselves a doorknob now. Or whatever that's worth. Hello, welcome in, Ada. Bitch! What the fuck? What the fuck was that for, Ada? You about drowned me. What the hell? That's rude. Alright? That's rude. You just come in here, you drown me. But congratulations on getting first. I will give that one to you. And because it is the first one of the evening, it is a double. Even though you just dropped a fucking pool on me. Telemetry is not quite working on this just yet, but you know what this means. I like making you wet. What can I say? Ma'am. Ma'am. Alright. You. Got my fucking eye on you. Okay, yes, we have a doorknob. Why not both of them, coward? I've got to have one eye just to play the game, alright? Alright, that's why you're here, alright? You're here to see me play the game. So I have to put at least one eye on the game. The other one, though. The other one's on you. Oh, don't you even give me a smug. Don't you even give me a heh. Alright, what are we looking at here? We got... Ooh, alright. We got a map function now. Basement. Second floor, attic. This is a large place. For sure. A heliography on paper. Circa 1883. Red Lion extra high grade pipe tobacco. Okay, so we do have a little bit of a dash function. Immediately, just because it stands out, I want to pull that pot off and just smash it. Little Bundle Edition, Crimson Blood. Okay. Add ominous. Huh. The old clock doesn't seem to work. Gee, I wonder if it's a puzzle or something. Bing bong. Yep. This door is locked. There's a lion relief. Oh. There's a lion head relief in the lock. That doesn't do much terribly much good yet. I've always wanted a grandfather clock, but learning about the maintenance on those things is crazy. I think it would be daunting, but it would be kind of interesting to own one for sure. Dear Miss Thomas, I have lost my pocket watch somewhere in my office. I count on your valuable collaboration to find it. When done, please leave the key to my desk inside the mail organizer in the hall outside of the library. Mr. Strange. Wow, they will really just let you pick up so much shit that has nothing to do with what you need to explore, huh? Oh, come on, I can't even look at the news clipping there? Continental Union Telegram. This Honorable Scientific Council, we see with extreme concern the conclusions submitted in your article about research titled Eugenic Transliterate. Ooh, okay, yeah, that's already a little dark. The procedures described in your paper are beyond unacceptable to the ethical values of this scientific society and must be stopped immediately. The fuck do they mean be fulfilled? What? Alright, there's already a lot of implications going on there. Shit. That door's locked from the other side. Fine. Actually, hold on. No, I don't want to go all the way back to the main menu. I just want to reset the controls. Okay. Maybe options? Camera sensitivity. Yes, please let me turn that up. Now, did it actually take? Okay. But I hope you are doing well this evening, Ada. Alright, a study of sort. A beautiful sea route planning world map. Traveling around the world to explore 3 different remote islands, my way of seeing the world changed forever. I've had some better days, as you may have seen, but okay. Well, I hope things continue to get better for you, Ada. Can relax to you? Well, I am glad that I can be a source of relaxation for you. And welcome in, Jade. I see you there. Hey. Angrily screeching from seeing Crimson Manor being played despite my internet and also not having my system work well. Yeah, sorry, Grace. The bonk and the throwing shit has been disabled for this evening because I'm not using the same stuff. Okay, so that is definitely an involved puzzle right there. See, you're using your 3D model. Yeah. I figured it was probably time to get some more practice in as far as operating him again, so figured why not. Is there a crouch button in? Okay, I have a sprint but no crouch. Alright, fine. Also, still waiting for the co-op version to release, but the devs went pretty much silent about it, I think, so I have no idea what's going on with that. Hard to say. Criminal Instincts, Scarlet Widow. And we are not even 20 minutes into this game, and there is already a lot of very questionable murdery theme things going on in here. Oh, okay. I definitely don't have the code for that quite yet, but we'll start looking. Oh my god, there's so many things that I want to investigate, and they're just like, nah. Find a way to open the desk drawer to access the will. Okay. I challenge you to beat the game in under 3 hours, since my first playthrough ended up being 3 hours if I recall correctly. Mostly because I was really dumb on navigation. I'm not going to promise that I beat it in under 3 hours. I'm not going to make that. Because I like just poking around too much. I'll do my best, though. Okay, we got a wax seal. Some incredibly purplish blue ink. Looks like it corroded the lid. Oh, I poked around too, and sometimes kind of just solve things on accident or notice things immediately. Yeah, sure. Alright, so definitely did some ship travel. Expedition log day 1. First voyage of the Camille. As a first step for the expansion of the railway company to maritime passenger transport, we carried out an expedition to explore new sea routes aboard the Camille. First ship of a new fleet of ships acquired for this purpose. The climate and it's literally says that right there, and the cruise thirst made us land on a series of small islands where I was able to make amazing observations. The inhabitants of these remote lost islands, forgotten by civilization, had very particular characteristics. They enjoyed vitality and a splendid appearance of youth, even in their oldest inhabitants. It seemed that time had been kind to all those people, a situation that left me extremely amazed and wondering if there was an underlying reason. Oh, come on. You're not going to let me just turn the page? Okay, what are we even looking at here? Okay, so we do have a typewriter of sorts. I believe there was mention that there was something left in the desk for us. The old man's gaze seems to hide something. Okay, so I can manually select the keys with the keyboard as well. Interesting. Alright, but we have... Why do we have so many cigars here? I suppose he was a real... not necessarily a real estate. Railroad magnate. Don't really have any good context right here for... if Crime Site was still around, it feels like it might be a game that could pique your interest with a group of people to play with. Sadly, the game's been shut down long ago now. I enjoyed it while it was live, at least. Well, that does sound unfortunate that it went away, but at least you did get to enjoy it. The central drawer is locked. We have no key at this point. We only have one log. I feel like we've detoured over here a little early. I noticed that there is a monocular that we gain at some point. Okay. Random desk key that I was not prepared to have. When you're open to look at problems from a new perspective, even the darkest situations suddenly become clear. Social deduction PvP game, but everyone more or less controls all 6 characters. Team Sherlock versus Team Moriarty. Team Moriarty has to manage to enact the kill using specified murder in the target. Team Sherlock must figure out who the killer is and prevent the murder from happening. You have a max of a certain number of turns, 2 for both sides. Huh. Team Moriarty cannot control the target, though. But Team Moriarty needs to not get caught or figured out on who is the killer, or else Team Sherlock can prevent the murder entirely. Interesting. Okay, is this the key to go in here? Oh, it actually is. How about that? We must pay attention to our children sometimes. They have key things to be said in very unusual ways. Okay, are we looking for some blocks to bring back here? Train motif key. A copper key with a train-shaped keychain attached. That feels very particular. Along with the will, there's a note. It reads, "The kids' toys hold the key to old joys." To the old's joy. Gotcha. Okay, so I guess we're looking for the kids' room. And somewhere to use this train motif. E. Something is missing here. Below is an engraving in Latin. Reads, "The lineage is eternal." Imposing portrait of Mr. Strange. His gaze always hard and cold. locked with a key that with a coat of arms. She took a clean dish to get him some tripe, but when she came back, he was smoking a pipe. Okay. Very big on the tobacco. Bête noire. Safety matches. The Great Exhibition of the Sciences and the Arts. I am not going to zoom in to read all that. More than 500 countries are expected coming from 23 countries. 500 attendants are expected coming from 23 countries. Prominent businessman and pioneer Hadley Strange to offer a ball and banquet at his manor to special guests. Did he turn it into a murder house? That seems likely at this stage. Oh, do we have a... It's not much of a view. We can't see too much right now. Little too God Ray-ish. Okay, I'm gonna assume the wife and daughter. Okay, I don't necessarily think this is the kids' room, but Alice Beyond Wonderland. Candles, brushes. And a mysterious little box. Oh, okay. Oh, shit. I almost got that entire sequence. All right, let's try that again. Okay, so the last one is not this corner. Is it back over here? There we are. Gas lighter. A fine metal gas lighter with beautiful relief and jade incrustations. Okay. I guess we're setting fires at some point. It seems one of the twins had a young suitor, to my Valentine. Brave legionary soldier switched his side. Wears a green uniform now with the colorful feathers, blue hat, high boots in black. I'm sure we'll need that description later on for something else. That was a little too specific. Oh, are there? And there are multiple drawers on that table. It's not appear as though we can really get to any of them, though. A crown shape in the lock, okay. Mustache, a sword, black boots. Wasn't that it? Oh, okay. A chemical battery. A modern device that stores electrical energy. I don't know what we're assembling at this point, but apparently it's gonna be interesting. Nicholas's room, which is locked. Okay. Dear Miss Thomas, congratulations on your new position as the manor's housekeeper. I understand that making your way through this old mansion can be overwhelming at first, so I have put together this letter to help you get oriented. This is the balcony hallway key. Okay. This is the manor's west wing key, music, drawing, and guest rooms area. Finally, this is the service key. Use it to access the servants area, brown wallpaper, and the dining room. Jerome Groove's Manor's butler. Alrighty then, well, let's start. Rejection letter. Dear Miss Katharina at the Royal Academy of Arts, we are very grateful to the interest of our aspiring students to enter this institution. Unfortunately, on this occasion, we must inform you that you do not meet the expectations or artistic requirements that are required to enter into our prestigious academy. I didn't know that Thomas was the last name, too. Yeah, indeed it is. Okay, Katharina. The mystery continues. With more than 3 years of investigation, the cases of missing persons have not been resolved. Gee, it seems like maybe there was a murder house or something? Hadley Strange, founding owner of the nearby railroad company, regrets the events and expresses his concern. A strong smell of paint emanates from this painting. Apparently it was recently finished. Oh, hello? Oh no. Damn it. Okay. Da, 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 da. Navigating this ball through the maze. Go on. Okay, and then this needs to turn like this. Go on. Yep. Down there and boop. The ballroom hall key. Okay. So are manticores more cat-like, dog-like, or some other species? Well, if you are going by the classical interpretation of that, we are in fact more on the leonine side of the animal families. So our closest approximate relative would normally be the lion. The wings are up to different interpretations, but the tail is most certainly scorpion. Painted in blood. Again, gee. Kind of insinuate something. Wedding march. He looks at the piano as written down in the partiture. Noted, if I need to distract you, I'll throw a fish at you. Okay, good to know. You have alerted me to your plans now, and I will be able to mostly thwart them. Okay, is there Anything else in here we need to be looking at? He looks at the piano. Oh, hello. The crank wheel is missing. Okay. Well, at least now we know that we need a crank wheel. No foil again. Well, I mean, if you wait long enough, you might catch me by surprise with it. Okay, so we do have the ballroom key now, I suppose. Or the ballroom hall key. What was down here? Okay, that one's still locked from the other side. Whoops. Okay, that's the west wing. I do have a map. What am I doing? Da, 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 da. Do manticores wag their tails like a cat or keep it mostly still like a scorpion then? It more just depends on the individual. Mine has a tendency to move around a bit more like a cat. Okay. Okay. So we have whatever this key goes to. Then this is the ballroom hall key. Noted for science. Okay. I expect to see a compilation of those notes eventually, though. Okay, so the ballroom is supposed to be over here. No, I'm not gonna pop quiz you on it, but I do want to see the compilation of your notes. That's all. The Butcher of Oxford Street. This clock is missing the minutes hand. All right. Nothing happens. It seems I need some kind of power source. Well, handily for us, we just happen to have picked up a battery without really meaning to. Oh. Okay, well, I'm fairly certain that's probably where they want us to read from the balcony at. Oh, okay. Interesting. I don't know what to do with that yet, but we'll come back to it. New journal entry, press J. Okay. Well, I don't know what that's supposed to mean for us yet, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. Oh, okay, so rearranging the picture then. Let's see. No, you go back in there. are we looking for that, then? Almost accurate, but not quite. Okay. Appreciating good art, good literature, and good music will open many doors for you. Oh, have a look at that. We have a phonograph cylinder. A wax cylinder used to record and reproduce music and sounds on a phonograph. Oddly timed that I actually know what the upper limit on that actually is. It's about 4 minutes. Why does that come into play? Because of a certain side project I've got going. Okay, I don't think we've seen a phonograph in here quite yet. And I'm still not quite sure what to do with this puzzle quite yet, but we'll be back once we figure out some sort of clue to do with it. And these books are all lined up so very strangely. Alright. Pressing on then. Can we use this one here? Yes. Odd. They've let us open those drawers every other time so far. The Dance Macabre. Ink. We have a grandiose amount of ink in this house. This monocle will help you see things as I saw them. With it, you will understand my way of seeing the world. My personal stamp will help you find my hidden messages, Mr. Strange. Okay, yeah, the cycle of growth. So, seed, sprout, tree, dead tree. We have some classical works mixed in here. Oh, of course, there's a sequence to it then. Okay, we have 4 panels. Oh, but we also have a phonograph here. Let me get this guy. Okay, I'm clicking on that one. Can I interact with it now? There we are. Okay. We need to listen to it a little bit longer. And the note that we read earlier said listening to good music would open doors for us. The problem is, I don't know quite how long they intend for us to listen to it. We're obviously missing something there, and a larger portrait there. Okay, are we applying the cycle of life here? Because it doesn't do a perfect one-to-one if that's the case. We need... like maybe a baby, a child, a young woman, old woman. Oh, that did do something. Ah, how about that? Oh, there's a middle one that we're missing somewhere. A little bit more spooky, a little bit slowed down. Why are you playing on your own? I don't think it was meant to do that. Haunted? Maybe. I don't have another explanation for it. Okay, we're missing something in reference to the library and order of those books on the shelf. Actually, you know what? No, we're doubling back for a second. Because over here, they specifically mention, hey, you know, this monocle should help you. But we haven't found that yet. And now we just have like one mysterious journal entry that we have no real frame of reference for. Oh my god, I am tripping over my own tongue today. We know that whatever's going on with the typewriter is supposedly going to be revealed if we go upstairs and check out the children's room. However, oh, is this where we need to apply the journal entry? I bet it is. Yep, that matches. Okay, and that one looks like a backwards 5. Upside down T. What do you have for us in here? The monocle. Nifty. The monocle revealed the route of an expedition that began on Solomon Island, continued through Cuba, returned to Great Britain, and ended in Madagascar. Now, what, pray tell, does that actually earn us? Let's have a quick look-see at the ballroom with that. Oh. Alright, I didn't actually even, fully understand how that order worked, but I kind of guessed my way through that phonograph puzzle there, I guess. Well, until we know how to locate that third wax cylinder, I suppose we need to move on elsewhere. You can wing it pretty easily accidentally for a lot of puzzles. Gotcha. All right. Oh, wait, was that? Okay, I bet that was one of the kids' rooms with the train motif key. Nautical compass. I suppose he was expanding into maritime travel. Let's see it here. Yeah, that looks right. Let's try this key. Beautiful. Well, aren't they just fancy? They even have a radiator here in the bathroom. Seems like a curious thing to not hide anything in the medicine cabinet, but yeah, whatever. Alright, so the blocks are what we're looking for then? Bassinet, little miniature piano. The ghost town. Oh, hello? Wow, they, depicted their father and mother as pretty evil looking. And why are there red splotches on that one. Tom and the Nutty Pig. Oh, jeez. Once upon a time, after a winter long as was cold, summer finally arrived, making quite happy little Tom. Early in the morning, little Tom woke up to be carefully dressed by his loving mom. Be careful while playing, the mother warned her son. Don't get dirty out there, because you will surely know your mother worked. Huh? Don't get dirty out there, because you surely know your mother worked. Your mother worked has. Okay, that's a weird way of saying that. So please play slow. Take this red shiny apple, the mother told Tom while she fixing was the crimson red bow tie of the handsome little boy. But Tom didn't notice what was hidden nearby because he was absorbed looking at his nice tie. Back from the bushes, Pig, Pelicky... Oh my god, this is worded so weirdly. The English in this game is sometimes really, really weird, to be honest. It feels that way. And yes, I see the redeem. I'll get that for you in just a minute. Or rather, I'll start that for you in just a minute. Oh, there's... I didn't even notice that there were little pull tabs on it. What the heck? That's so goofy. I'm sure that comes back around and into play, but what the heck? Maybe Eureka instead? After ordering the block spelling, they stay fixed in this position. I don't like this word. Every time my father yells it, he makes us take more medicines with a strange taste that make me feel weird, especially the most recent red one. I never want to take it again. Well, these do sound like dark delusions of grandeur that this father figure has. Now this is your own fault. You are the one who done redeemed this here option. Did you finish the storybook? I got about halfway through it, and I regret to inform you that I, with my more modern English brain, was unable to stumble the rest of the way through it. Alright, so now we know that we have the word Eureka to work with. So let us return. Let's see, I believe it was downstairs, was it not? Aha. E-U-R. EKA. $7.45. Now don't that beat all? What could you possibly mean by that? Look for clues that can illuminate your mind to find the key to the safe. Well, understandably, I do believe that means that we need to go in and complete the ballroom. Doing a little bit of work in order to elucidate ourselves to the puzzle. Unless they literally meant having a look at this. And we're just playing everything out of order again. I don't believe there was anything else in here for us to really mess around with. We do, however, have two separate clocks that we need to account for. One being in the library, however, it is missing the minutes hand, and then the grandfather clock in the vestibule. That one, however, no longer works. So let us adjourn to the library once more. Now where, pray tell, would one go and hide the minute hand? Y'all are borrowing a book from the library. Well, it is not yet my library, so please do partake thereof. Alright, what do we even have here? Alright, we can reorder the books. However, what does that necessarily earn us? Are we able to see anything new now that we have our particular vantage? Does not yet seem as though we can avail ourselves of other means. Perhaps our answer lies elsewhere. We still have a gaslighter that we have no idea what to do with yet. Miss Strange was without any doubt a beautiful and elegant woman. Bedlam Asylum Patient Admission Letter. Patient Darlene Thomas was admitted on this mental health institution at 9 a.m. on March 14th, 1893. She was remitted from the Strange family manor where she presented violent behaviors, persecution, delusions, and compulsive mania. Her claims about underground illegal experiments within the manor were classified as hallucinations, hence female patient number 17 will be admitted to the schizophrenic patients ward. Dr. Oliver Thomas. Once again, the Thomas family. Seems we do not broker entry yet into the basement or attic of different varieties, so we must simply continue poking around. May I not steal parts from a pocket watch? Just seems mightily rude. But do mark the time of 12:15. Alright, where have we not necessarily been yet? We have an art room that is currently locked. My paws are too big. Now, what would y'all mean by that? I do not possess paws currently. You can see every one of my fingers with these gloves here. No crazy manticore shenanigans here, no sir. Sussy gloves? Well, I never. I do believe Mr. Thomas should have probably cleaned this monocle, or at least replaced the lenses before leaving it in such a state. You want the teddy bear? Well, we'll go back momentarily and investigate that teddy bear. That's rather cute that you can actually interact with the wooden rocking horse. Illuminate your mind to find the key to the safe. Illuminate your mind, huh? Well, it is rather nondescript, but it is a cute teddy bear nonetheless. Yet another clock, and unless the processing of this here game is a little off, it does appear to be missing a hand again. And also appears to be stopped. Can I light that manually? It does not appear to be the case. Do you have to interact with the ladder? I don't believe so, but let me have a look here. It gives you the option to use the item, however, apparently not on anything down here. A wooden box with a very peculiar design. Well, no shit, it's peculiar because it's missing a piece. It also has a lock on the bottom of it, so there is that. Alright, hold on now. I did forget that we had this globe over here in the study. If perhaps we were to retrace the route that is simply posted over here, I wonder what that might do for us. So, Solomon Island, Cuba, Great Britain, and Madagascar. I will be damned, though, if I know where Solomon Island is off the top of my head. Well, this is definitely not the most accurate of maps. It quite thoroughly appears that they have merged parts of Australia with Southeast Asia. I am... Interesting. Oh, it appears that we hit something anyhow. Alright, so we went from Solomon Island, up to Cuba. Alright, Solomon Island, Cuba, Great Britain, Madagascar. Well now, that does assist our endeavors, does it not? We have the West Wing key. Lovely. And yet another pocket watch. This one is not quite at 3:15, or 12:15 though, unlike the one at the foyer. Okay. Could you kindly spin the hell around? Alright, what was it? 7:45. Ah, well, isn't that curious? Ah, I see our difficulty here. It does appear as though we have a strong box key now. Mercy me, look at that. A heavy, solid bronze medallion with an embossed gear. Would this perhaps be our crank wheel in disguise, I wonder? Investigate if it is possible to access the art room through the adjacent halls. Makes you want to eat a cookie. Now, what variety of cookie would you imagine that you would want right now? Just out of curiosity. In the Manor's art room, guarded by cold, timeless heroes, lies my life's work, a priceless legacy, destined change the way. Jade, you are once more correct in that the English in this particular game is a little, unkindly sometimes. Destined change the way we understand the world and the future of humanity itself. This is my true legacy, and it will await eternally for the one who demonstrates the four unshakable virtues under which I directed my own life. Any, I don't mind trying a new cookie flavor. Well, I am rather partial to chocolate myself. Alrighty then, we have a lion, the bronze gear that we just had, hourglass, and a castle. Okay, I think by this point, the Saucy Sanders Redeem is up. West Wing key. No more Sanders, huzzah. For now. For now. Alright, we have ourselves another bathroom. With nothing that really appears to be interactable at this current point in time. But I guess sometimes a bathroom is just a bathroom. Prelude and Fugue in C minor, Johann Sebastian Bach. He looks at Brahms, is written down in the partiture. Okay, so Bach looks at Brahms. I don't remember what the other piano said. Fool's Mate, also known as the two-move checkmate, is the checkmate delivered after the fewest possible moves from the game's starting position. Can be achieved only by black giving checkmate on the second move with the queen. Alright, well, it was put into our journal, so find a way to enter the guest room and learn more about the secret legacy. A polite guest should learn how to play his host's favorite game. Since the nature of my legacy will only be revealed to whom demonstrates to be a trustworthy resident of this house. Okay, we're out of sequence here, but... Expedition Log Day 3. The bioactive enzyme. I have made a surprising discovery after analyzing the water samples collected on the islands. I've been able to determine that in its chemical composition, it has a component that delays cell deterioration. In the sediments of the water, I have managed to identify an enzyme or gene from a rare species of amphibians and reptiles native to these islands. These animals have an extraordinary longevity since their cellular aging is much slower than that of other species. Some of these animals, they even live hundreds of years. It's perhaps possible that the natives of the island who consume these waters have been able to assimilate this gene? Unclassified amphibian specimen observed in the waters near the source. Another telegram. Okay, from Berlin. You were right. The genetic transliteration process that seemed theoretically impossible has been validated by your procedure using the bioactive in vitro culture technique on a canine specimen. I can't wait any longer to receive the new results obtained by the new sets of test subjects. In a fair battle, all the opponents must be equal. The Marauder of the Thames Express. Alrighty. Seems that some statuettes are missing in this curious mechanism. Our loyal butler, Jerome Groves? I'm going to say Groves. Alright, so our current objective is to figure out how to get over into the guest room. Which is currently locked. We seem to have a telephone. Telephone that does not use 0. So it's a 1 through 9 combination that we're looking for on that. Again, out of curiosity, these candles do not have wicks. They are literally just cylinders of wax. Alright, well, we're looking for a telephone number of some variety. It's that bathroom. Find a way to enter the guest room and learn more about the secret legacy. Ghost fire. Okay, so we're missing some little statues in here. We wrote down the chess gambit. We need to get into the guest room. We also have, for whatever reason, that Bach looked at Brahms. Where would we even find those? I would imagine it would be the music room, but that's locked right now, so that doesn't help us at all. We don't have the key to that room back there. That's where we just came from. I'm going to go ahead and use a hint just as a direction, just because I don't know where we're really needing to head anywhere. It's getting a bit cold. Maybe I should find a way to light one of the fireplaces. Well, there's nothing to burn in that one. There is no fireplace in the library, which completely checks out because that would be a terrible idea. Oh, hold on. Actually, I don't know this one. What are we even looking at here? Once again, I unfortunately don't know, but I guess we'll have to come back to that. It looks like we've got somebody sitting on a rock, a dragon, a castle, a horse, and then some kind of barbarian? Okay, no fireplace in here for us to mess around with either. So maybe one of the spaces upstairs. Okay, well, there does appear to be a panel that we can probably pop out or do something with. But first of all, we're going to need some sort of fuel to put in there. I mean, do I just need to use it here, or... No, it seems like it needs some kind of fuel. Very ornate little box, though. I mean, this seems like the most likely fireplace that we need to light. So you can literally see there's a gap of something opening there, but I don't have any fuel for it in here that they'll let me use anyhow. Yeah, we had the Eureka blocks in here. There's nothing to speak of in the bathroom. Alright, well that's apparently all that they intend on telling us is that, hey, you need to light a fireplace. So perhaps this one over here? Doesn't seem to be anything strange about it, nor does there appear to be any fuel for me to burn. I doubt that we can do this, but will it let me put this here? No. Fine. The door's locked from the other side. The young girls appear to have an expressionless face. Well, you are certainly not wrong. Nothing going on with the cup. This seems to be the one to light, but I'm not sure how they expect us to do that part. Wagner looked at the piano. Find a way to enter the guest room and learn about the secret legacy. I apologize if I'm wandering a lot. Okay, the guest room is supposed to be right here. Kind of impressed that there's no dust, though. I know, right? Staff is on point with this one. Okay. We have a telephone that we do not have a number for. A lockbox in the vestibule that has a missing part. A non-working grandfather clock that seems to need some sort of combination. A clock in the library that is missing a minute hand. And then a shelf of books that we apparently need to rearrange in a certain order. A series of books at the end of the hall, which we need to change around the depiction thereof. We have a phonograph that is still currently missing one wax cylinder. And then we're missing some knights from this little mechanical piece over here in the private room. And that's a door to the service area, but it's locked. Alright, well, unfortunately, no neon green clues for us in here. perhaps missing something very obvious elsewhere. The answer is almost assuredly a yes, but I don't... I feel like you should be able to intuit this one at least a little bit. I don't have a pattern for that yet. That's so damn goofy that it was still playing without me. Oh, okay. Well, we accidentally discovered that one. Hello? The heat from the fireplace revealed a series of symbols in the painting. Okay, well, that's all the symbols for the books at the end of the hall that we need. Alright, so dragon, woman. Castle, knight, horse. Which gives us the third wax cylinder. Let's go ahead and... Oh, not the library, the ballroom. Let's set you down right there. Ooh, okay. That gives us a harp key. Nifty. Can we use it here? Why, it does appear as though we can. Okay. What we have here. Okay, another sequenced one. Okay, so... about this? Close. Okay, not quite. We're getting there. Lovely. All right. Okay, we're just down to 2 switches now. Okay, that was not intentional, but there we are. All right, now we have a disguised key. Key hidden in a metallic ornament. Mr. Thomas and his dog, or Mr. Strange, pardon, and his loyal dog Sharp, 1891. Expedition Day 2, The Lost Fountain. In the taverns frequented by the natives of these islands, it is common to hear stories of very old people who attribute their longevity and strength to extinct sources of very cold and greenish natural water that prolonged the lives of those who consumed it. I couldn't help but make comparisons with the legend of the mythical fountain of eternal youth described by the explorer Ponce de Leon more than 300 years ago. We all know that the existence of such fountains are actually bedtime stories for children. However, intrigued by the vitality of these old people and the vivacity with which they seem to tell their stories, I decided to take some samples of sediments of some of these extinct springs to carry out some tests with microscopes in my cabin. Gotta run off now since my internet is not well functional, but I hope the game goes well, and let me know how long it took you to beat it. I will indeed do so, Jade, and I hope that you have a nice night. I don't know that I'll be hitting that 3-hour mark, but we'll see how it goes. Deadly wager. Ooh, okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay, black goes first. So... Alright. Then... Wait, what is it? White goes first? Damn it, I forget all the time. I don't play chess enough. It would almost have to be that white goes first. So maybe... There we go, we replicated it. Ooh, alright, we got the guest room key now, too. Where even are we on this map now? Okay, we're over in the game room. Alright, now we have free passage back and forth. Okay, that is still the game room, but we've solved everything in there, so we're good now. Alright, that one needs the line head lock. Key. That seems oddly out of place right now. The rest of the house is relatively immaculate. What's going on there? Alright, we need the coat of arms and the lion head keys in order to open those rooms. I think we should be able to apply our new key that we got from the game room over here. They look relatively the same. Oh. Alright, we've got our little Crusader Knight figurine now, which means we can go back to the private room. And place him into the mechanism. Oh, but we're still missing one. Okay, so we're not quite done there yet. Alright, we've used that. We've used the map. We've used these symbols. We've used the chess. We haven't acquired any other clues that need to be recorded as of yet. Right, what's our objective again? Find a way to the enter the guest room. Well, we just got the key there, so we should be able to do that now. And I believe earlier it was said that a polite guest learns the preferred game of their host. Or at least learns the rules. What do we have here? Telephone directory. How about that? Okay, whose number did we record, actually? Aiken Payton. Albert Reed. Laura Appletone. Hilda Caldwell. Hildred Alfredson. Those are the residents. Physicians. Leyland Harlan. Esmond Winston. Lorna Burns. The stores. August Grocery. Oak Music Supply Company. And something Chatterton Shoes. What the heck? Okay, apparently we need one of those numbers anyhow. Which one, I could not tell you. Why do these folks not maintain these clocks? It looks like that one has been there so long that, I don't know, dust has gathered, or like the sun has burned the back plate? What do y'all doing to the clocks in here? Don't understand this language. Apparently a guest of the mansion drew it in a sleepless night. Well, I have a particular feeling that that's going to come back around, and we're going to need to know that. If you feel confused about your role in this place, please call Dr. Leyland Burns. He may provide the guidance you're looking for. Alright, so we're looking for Leyland Burns in that directory. towels, I guess writing paper, position notes. I see you over there, Ada. Just listening at me mumble like a fucking madman. I appreciate you too, Ada. We need to call Lorna Burns. That wasn't right. Hold on. Hold on. What the heck was that? Ma'am. Ma'am. Ada? Is there something you want to say? Are you sure? You got me wet and then you played Pornhub. Alright, fine. I'll take the hydrate. My. Okay, so hold on. Call Dr. Leland Burns. Okay, so yeah, those two are mixed up. So Leland is 42, Burns is 89, so 42, 89. Right, where is that phone at? At the end of the hall. Right, 4, 2, 8, 9. Investigate the manor service area and dining room. Welcome back, Ada. Let's see. Where is the service area? Can I get into the service area here now? Yes. Let's use this key. Beautiful. All right. We are in the fucking way back of the house now. Got a dining room there we can get into. Dining room has 3 separate entrances, it looks like. Right. Wine cellar that we can't open quite yet. Ooh, an entire kitchen. Oh, that is a very ominous lock. What the hell? That will be... I'll check that out again here in a second. Gardener's log. The situation is wearing my patience. Burying pets in the courtyard is not part of my job. I would have no problem doing it since maybe once, maybe even twice, but this is the 6th pet whose grave I have to dig. I don't know what happened to these animals, and I do not want to know. But I am happy to know that this will not be the true end of these little friends. They will once again feel the freshness of the water and the warmth of the sun in the form of extraordinary tulips. Rupert Strad. Well, once again, very dark. Oh, that's just... No. No, I don't like that. No. You have proven to be trustworthy. Now you must prove that you're prepared to face your dark side. The Templars guard the weapon you need to advance in this quest. What'd that objective pop up as? Find the treasure guarded by the knights. Okay, I don't quite have a good sequence for that. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough, though. The Great Exhibition of the Sciences and the Arts. Saturday, 1st of May, 1886 banquet. Cottages, poisons, entrees, relèves, rolled. What's wrong? Side table. Why? A sculpture with an inscription that reads, "A person is not honest when he speaks for himself, but if you give him a mask, he will speak the truth." Alright, so we need to find a mask for this bust. Clock door is closed, but the mechanism at the bottom appears to be working. The mechanism is incomplete. Some gears are missing. Okay, well, I suppose that we need to investigate the kitchen then. We have a whole nother back area here. The heck? Oh, I don't have that combination. What the hell? Cellar's cleaning schedule. Miss Thomas, Mr. Groves. Mr. Groves is only doing 2 out of 7 days in the week. What else he's got going on? Some sort of washroom. Lost fountain. Oh, well, there's one iron gear. Well, it appears we'll be doing laundry of some variety at some point, but we don't have an applicable item as of yet. Crank wheel is loose. The screw barely keeps it attached to the machinery. Okay, well, we need a crank wheel, so we can probably break that off at some point. But evidently we have other places to go for the moment. Oh, that's pretty. Very nice. She went to the seamstress to buy him some linen, but when she came back, the dog was a-spinning. Okay. Oh, they really enjoyed some very questionable dark content in this house. What am I poking here? Original design of the beautiful crimson dress. You're giving me the option to look at something, but there's nothing happening here. Beautiful silver choker seems to be incomplete. Okay, well, we can also apparently do some sewing at some point. Okay, this loops us back around up here. So if we can find that crank wheel, we can open up the attic, but we need something to knock that crank wheel loose. There does not appear to be anything in here to accomplish that goal. So we'll head back down. And there was a mechanism, I believe, back this way. In the dining room. Right here. Oh, that's one gear anyhow. I think we need either one or two more. So perhaps if we search out the kitchen now. There's a piece of paper inside this bottle sealed with a cork. Okay. Do we have a wine bottle opener? How am I going to finish the gala banquet if that incompetent butler doesn't get me the wine bottles to marinate the veal on time? I don't understand why Miss Strange entrusted the basement wine cellar key to that trickster James. Surely he is the one who gets drunk on the sly every night, but very soon he will get what he deserves. It is said that revenge is sweet, but in this case it will be spicy. Very spicy. Okay. Not ominous at all. Royal Recipes book. Okay. Secret ingredient. Oh. Unnecessary. I don't know. You have a letter here for me. Oh, I guess it's just grocery list. Fine. Find the cake recipe. We just got an achievement for that. Alright, well, There doesn't seem to be a whole lot to assist us over here quite yet. Padlock is locked and the key is broken inside. Okay. Can I just not, like, break this glass and get that? Feels rather excessive that I would have to actually find wine bottle opener. But I guess that's what we need to do. Don't see one on that shelf. There's not one immediately obvious. the treasure guarded by the knights. You must prove that you are prepared to face your dark side. Templars guard the weapon you need to advance in this quest. Okay, well, it's making a reference back to the machine / game and has all of these little knights in it. But we're still missing one of them is our problem here. Yeah, we can't unlock either of those two quite yet. There doesn't appear to be anything pertinent on that shelf. Can't open those cabinets. We're still missing one figure. Okay, we know that the butler had the wine cellar key. Does that do anything for us, though? Because we don't know where butler actually stored the key at. It's the problem. Oh, fuck me. Alright, so that's probably the order of the switches that we need. So up, up, down, up. Okay. So let's just trot on over here. Up, up, down, up, down, up, up. There we are. All right. Now we have our mysterious extra knight. We needed to go... Where was it? Down to the... Yeah, the private room. So I think right here. Okay, so we need all red on one side and all blue on the other, I suppose. What are you? Alright, you are red. You're blue. Okay, well, that's got everybody sorted out, but do we need... Huh. We need some sort of frame of reference for how the order itself is supposed to go. I would think you would just need to put similar weapons across from each other, but that's not exactly true. Alright, that guy has a short sword and a shield. You have also a short sword and a shield. So to put you opposite, I would need to put you where that guy was. Okay, I was just kind of guessing, but I guess as long as they were just all opposite, that was the main point. Sword key. Where the hell do we use this? I don't think we've even run across a lock that needed that. Opening the drawing room. Okay. So north out of here. Coat of arms. Oh, okay. That's a little clever. The mystery of Crimson Manor. All right. Ceremonial blade, it looks like. Anything in these drawers? Oh, okay, another telegram. The Serb Kingdom. I would like to refer to the progress of your hominid morphology research work recently shared with me. Your discoveries about cellular senescence seem splendid to me. If your hypothesis is verified, you can be sure that your name will pass to posterity and will be vaunted. A very peculiar masquerade party. The guest with a huge, graceful nose looked... A huge, graceful nose, okay. Looked down from above on all the other guests in the hall. His attention was called deep down below at the bottom of the hall, where a gentleman with a large green mask was talking very close to the woman to his right, with a mask with feather features, feather adorned. The most distant of the guests, as if they were fighting on, were a woman with a oval green emerald on her mask. At the left of the hall and across her, a handsome man that wore a sky blue mask with spikes wore. In the center of the hall, a woman with a black flames appearance mask of the last two guests located just above her. Drawing them each to their attention was... Good Lord, the English here. Okay, where do I need to park this at? Seems like a very peculiar one. Oh, we needed to work from the inside out. Okay, so... She still doesn't really look like it fits anywhere, though, is the problem. This ring right here just looks like it was pulled out of something else. I guess that's... Yeah, I guess that matches up. It's still... I don't know. A little unusual, it feels like. Now, how is this shit fair? $263. Oh, it's the combination to the trunk. Three numbers arranged in a shape of an inverted triangle are carved on the reverse. 263. Okay. Now, where was that trunk is now the new question. It was back across the drawing room. Down past the dining room. Okay. Hard to even see this thing. 263. There we go. The highest place of the mansion, the science and the stars will open the way to the answer you are looking for. Way into the attic. Okay. Well, there's our screwdriver that we needed. So now we can just step over here into this washroom. And pop that damn thing right off. An old, dirty metal hand crank wheel. Alright, now we can go back and apply that at, what was it, the art room? Hold on, hold on. No. Back around this way. And then it was up here? No, over here. So now we can apply our crank wheel. And just pop up to the attic. And of course it's locked. Why wouldn't it be? Can't have shit nice in Detroit. Full moon nightmare. Got some moon goblins. Some moon goblins with crab claws. This afternoon I've been carefully staring at a bottle of rat poison. I held it in my hands for a few minutes. Could not help but think that this is a quick way out to end this nightmare. But once again, fear has overcome me. Once again, I have fallen to the ground. Once again, I've been unable to help myself or my family. I wish I could be braver. I believe that is probably the mother's signature. Deep down in a wet, dark chamber, you will find the roots of our family and the key to your future. Okay, so we get to go down to the basement next, but we have some... Alright, we've got some, shears, quote-unquote, to cut some chain. One very particular chain, I would imagine. Ooh, hold on. Didn't we have a journal entry about this? Oh, we're trying to replicate. Okay, I want to say that that's Earth and Mars right there on that one. This middle one. Might have to rotate this one around a few times. I want to say the one with the many moons on this one is Jupiter. Maybe right about there? Mercury and Venus. Almost, but not quite right there. I feel like I'm not terribly far off. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Recent observations have shown that the further planets are from the sun, the longer they take to complete their orbit. Are we trying to get an astral alignment here? Is that what we're going for? This appears to be a reflector, but it's missing the bulb. Okay. Well, I guess let's go down into the basement and have ourselves a look for a bulb. Now, how do we... Oh yeah, we still can't get in there. Needed to go on around to, I believe it was the servant area, and then kitchen. Here we are. Bolt cutters. Okay, fine. Crimson formula dosage. Give children 2 drops after each meal and 1 before bed. Fuck. Well, there's the wine cellar key, anyhow. Silver key with a grape ornament and a grape bunch keychain. Ah, yes, my favorite. Mite wheat flakes. I'm not going to be happy when I figure out what this crimson tincture is, am I? Mustard powder, salt, pepper, minced onion, olive oil. Turmeric. Anderson cream toffee? Alright, anyways, over to the wine cellar. Oh, that seems maybe slightly dangerous. Boiler safety instructions. In the case of a steam leak, set the pressure gauge pressure to 475 p to transfer steam to the secondary pressure release pipes. We have a clockwise and then a counterclockwise. Rotate valves upward to increase pressure or downward to decrease it. Never exceed 500 p or get below 0 p on the pressure system, or the pressure system will reset itself. Don't rush it. Okay. Oh, guess this is the larder. Got ourselves another iron gear. And we'll never forget our last travels together. That day in London, that month in Paris, that year in Rome. Okay, London, Paris, Rome. That's the combination we're looking for. The Cask of Amontillado. And that one is actually one that I'm familiar with. I don't think that's probably saying much, though. I imagine most kids have to read that particular Edgar Allan Poe bit. Okay, let's see what we can do. Alright, that put us about 275. Dropped us to 150. Okay, that's 375. Oh, that reset everything. Okay. That gives us just a little short of 250. Okay. Okay, so we have to start off giving it some amount of pressure. Hold on. What was the magic number we were trying to hit here? 475? Okay, yes, 475. Alright, that one increases it by 150. What is 375? Up 275. 25. Yeah, I feel like that was pretty close, though. Yep, 475 on the dot. Nice. Huh. Not sure what in particular that's a reference to, because I don't feel like it would be that piece that we just did. Okay, that year in Rome, 1885. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. The Rome Express in 1882. Going from Rome to Paris. What the hell? Okay, well, that's the pertinent part right there. They have a postcard from Rome in 1885. Okay, London to Paris in 1881. Oh, you're just looking for the ticket? Okay, well, now we've got those journal entries. Le Paris Express. Oh, okay, so we have part of the combination now. I was wondering what the hell that one was that we picked up from the radiator. Okay, what was their instructions? The day in London, the month in Paris, and the year in Rome. London, Paris, Rome. Okay, the day in Paris, so 14. The month in London, 10. The year in Rome, 82. Well, hold on now. How would you interpret that? Day in Paris. month in London, the year in Rome. Are you just wanting me to add all that together? I mean, if that's the case, here we go. 14, 10, 1882. I mean, if you're going by that logic, then it's 1906. But obviously that is not the case because it didn't pop open. I mean, did I just read it backwards? Day in London, that month in Paris, year in Rome. Oh, I had the first two backwards, so... Day in London, 3... That still doesn't make sense, because... So I was just adding it incorrectly then. So then that would become... Wait, no, that makes sense then. So... Let me double check myself one more time there. I think I understand it now, though. London, Paris, Rome. London, Paris, Rome. So... Day in London. Month in Paris, 3/2/82. There we are. Hey, there's our corkscrew. You're very close. A book in my chamber is the key to the work of my life. The wisdom of this literary work will help you understand my motives and their consequences. I can already guess at the vast majority of it. I'm just saying. Okay, 4517. Okay, something about that stack of wine barrels. Oh. Hello. Well, I don't have a codex for you yet. But we do have a safe that we need to open down here now, I believe. Do a little safe cracking. Alright. Counterclockwise 45. 45, 17, 30, 22. 17, 30, 22. No? Oh, I just needed to turn it very slightly more. A heraldic emblem with the low relief of a lion. Alright, we got a lot of stuff in our inventory at this stage. Yeah, I gotta start dropping all this stuff off somewhere. Alright, so we have another iron gear that we can put into the clock right here. Okay, some gears are still missing, so we're still at least one short there. And in the kitchen, we can use this corkscrew. Open this bottle. Oh, that was satisfying. What is this fuckery? Oh, okay, hold on. Well, I'm glad it's recording that in the journal, because I sure as hell would not remember it. I'm gonna have to find which fireplace that is, though. I want to say it was the drawing room? No, not the drawing room. It was the place upstairs. I think we can also put this guy here. It doesn't work here. Okay, I guess not. Forget I said anything. Okay, is this... No, that's not it. That's not it at all. This one. Well, this appears to be the fireplace anyways, considering that the back looks like it should probably move around. Oh, no, that is the wrong fireplace. The one we're looking for has a crest in the middle of it. I don't think we can... Yeah, those are still locked up. Let's go ahead and open this one at least. Okay, well, we just opened up an entirely new area. Seems to be a mantle clock, but the face is missing. Just as like the padlock resembles the shape of a heart. Katarina Strange and Camille Strange, 1885. lots of little supplies in there, but nothing that seems pertinent to what we're doing. Okay, this is talking about boy. Patient does not speak. His renal, respiratory, and cardiac functions are optimal, and physical health is very good for a child of his age. However, despite the fact the patient is over 10 years of age, his bone characteristics, height, and weight correspond to those of a 4 to 5-year-old child. The delay in physical development is disconcerting. Additionally, the boy appears to be suffering from post-traumatic stress, so referral to Bedlam Hospital for the mentally ill for further testing is recommended. Rare undetermined growing disorder. Okay. Okay, something about the necklace, then a combination, and a picture? Looks like a camera. I do repent, but heaven hath pleased so to punish me with this, and this with me, that I must be their scourge and minister. I will bestow him, and will answer well the death I gave him. So again, good night. I must be cruel only to be kind. Thus bad begins and worse remains behind. This is perhaps my favorite line from Shakespeare's work. Oh, hold on. Okay, that didn't reveal anything new. This box has an inscription that reads, "Only the elegant hand of a refined lady is to open this jewelry box." Okay, so just cracking a sequence here. What's that get us? Hamlet, Prince of Denmark. Okay. What exactly was that in the journal? Okay. Hamlet, Sun Tzu. Was that also added to the journal? No, it wasn't. What the hell? Nothing else in here really appears to be highlighted for the moment, so I believe we're probably good to move on. Okay, we have an entire fucking closet in here. Oh, okay, that's the combination to the grandfather clock in the foyer. There's the light bulb we were looking for the other bit. You're just rolling right along with finding things right now. went to the hosier's to buy him some hose, but when she came back, he was dressed in his clothes. I wonder if, like, the little dog limericks are actual productions. I wouldn't be surprised if there were. Okay, so it wasn't a camera, it was this knob. So something with the necklace that needs to go on the red dress. That knob right there. Bloody Countess. Yep, that's a tail. Okay, nothing else to be found in here. Imagine having that much space for just closet stuff. Okay, the storage room, that's locked. This lets us get back over the other side of the second floor. We need to go up to the attic and put that bulb in. Okay, we're gonna have to cycle these guys around until we actually get them lined up. They'll get there at some point. Probably already out of alignment by a little bit, just from where I was tinkering with the damn thing earlier. We're getting there. I think we're getting there. Okay, let's try a different one. Okay, I'm pretty sure that one is supposed to be just Earth and Mars, so... Are we sure that this thing is actually even... What is our end goal here? Are we trying to do an actual astral alignment, or... I feel like our goals are somewhat skewed on this one. Oh, okay, well that lined up perfectly. In that case... No, no, no. You stay there. Okay, that one goes there. And we just need these two to align for Earth and Mars. Okay, they weren't quite done aligning there, and I don't know where you popped that key out from, but okay. You gotta give me some kind of indication of what lock you, or what key you need, though, my guy. I can't see anything right there. At this point, we should have pretty well every key that we are going to get. What key are you even needing? Storage room. Huh. And we still have to find that other fireplace that was in the drawing. Sorry if I'm running through a whole bunch of different rooms right now. I'm trying to... yeah, find the ones that are applicable so we can unlock them and get these keys out of inventory. Oh, okay. Hello. Hermes, Minerva, Horatius, Ulysses. Okay, so that has joined most of the house now. It actually eliminated the lion key. So there's still one. Oh, okay. So this is the fireplace we were looking for. But what I was trying to say was there's still one or two places we can use the harp key on, apparently. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, for fuck's sake. No, no, no. You're gonna have to let me study that whole piece here again. Guess with a huge, graceful nose, look down from above on all the others. A huge, graceful nose. So this guy here, let's go up top. His attention was called deep down below at the bottom of the hall where a gentleman with a large green mask was talking. Right, large green mask, which is now in the middle, needs to go to the Oh, hell. He's talking very close to the woman to his right, with a mask with feathers adorned. So green and then feathers. Feathers adorned. There's two of them with feathers, though. Or at least they look like feathers. The most distant of the guests, as if they were fighting on, were a woman with an oval green emerald on her mask, the left of the hall, and across her, a handsome man that wore a sky blue mask with spikes. So oval, green emerald, and sky blue with spikes. And sky blue with spikes. I think that's how that was interpreted. In the center of the hall, the black flames appearance mask, the last two guests located above her, drawing them each their attention was. Okay, so a black mask in the middle, that's where it already is. Obviously, I'm not getting something quite right here. His attention was called down, deep down, but then the next set of lines says the most distant of the guests. So maybe oval, green emerald, and sky blue spikes needs to be at the bottom. No? Still nothing? Oh my god, I don't need to know about the music room. I know that I still need to use the harp key there. I'm more concerned about the fact that there is a mask puzzle and you won't let me pull one of these off the wall to put them on the bust over here in the dining room. What are you doing? Okay. The mask with the big nose is automatically the one at the top. His attention was called deep down, below, the bottom of the hall. where a gentleman with a large green mask was talking very close to the woman to his right, with a mask that feathers adorned. The most distant of the guests. See, that's the problem right here. That's where I'm getting caught up at is the second paragraph talks about deep down below at the bottom. But then the most distant of the guests, as if they were fighting on, were a woman with an oval green emerald on her mask at the left of the hall, and across her, a handsome man with a sky blue mask. Okay, so man in the green mask was talking to the woman on the right with feathers adorned. Woman with the emerald is on the far left of the hall and fighting on with the man on the right with spikes on his mask, and there's a black flame mask in the middle. See, that's the problem, though. That's not the solution. You killing me. All right. We'll go work on some other pieces and then come back around to that one. First, we're gonna go down to that music hall. Use the key so it will stop telling us that hint. Oh, wait, music room. Okay, well, now we can at least fast track through the art room. The private room. Door is locked from the other side. There we are, the last use for the harp key. Little doll's room. This room looks familiar to me. There is something curious popping behind the painting. I don't know. Okay, there's a key behind the painting. Which room is this? Somewhere with a piano. Never learned to play piano, but I at least figured out how to open this one. You know what? Fair enough. She went to the fruiterers to buy him some fruit, but when she came back, he was playing the flute. Okay, hold on. Bach was looking at Brahms. Wagner was looking at the piano. Brahms, I don't know what you were doing, but we're just gonna spin you until we hit the right one. Affixing the statue's order correct. Metal crank falls down the chimney. Okay. entirely certain what the crank is for, but maybe this? Yep, beautiful ornate box, but the crank is missing. Oh, okay. We goofed it. Okay, so this one to the left, the next two to the right. Right, we're almost there. Lovely. Now, what are you giving me for that? Musical box ballerina. Ballerina of a music box made of metal and fine white and red marble. To unlock the door, I'm not sure. Oh, okay. All right, is that? I think that's everything in this room. And we can't do anything with the harp, unfortunately. But we also have the combination of this guy now, so... left, right, middle. 5, 6. Left, right, middle. Right, middle. So the clock stopped at 3:45 and something fell out. I'm gonna assume that that's our last metal gear that we needed. Perhaps now we can finally finish that clock in the dining room? Maybe? After placing the gears, the door unlocks and the minute hand falls off. Okay. Well, there's only one other clock in here, and that's down in the library. You would be so fucking fit after just running around this thing. Hey, you found one clue here. Alright, cool. Go like 6 flights of stairs up, another 3 down, jump through a window. Okay, so 3:45. Pops this open. What do we have here? Zoopraxiscope disc? Semi-transparent painted disc used to project animations. Where do we project anything in here? What the hell? We still have something that we need to do with that. What's our current objective? Explore the master bedroom. Find Mr. Strange's secret research. All Right. I believe the master bedroom is, in fact, upstairs. So let us depart for the upper floor. Okay, what do we have? I don't know that we can actually use that here. Yeah. Does not work here. Fine. That doesn't work there. Okay, so our end goal is to find his research in here, but we're missing a couple steps between those points. We need some place to use this ballerina, another for a zoopraxiscope disc. That is such an unusual word. Yeah, no additional information right there. And there's also another room with a painting that has a key behind it, but it's not this one, I don't believe. Yeah, no, that doesn't appear to be the case. Right, that's the main hall still. Still can't get into storage. Washroom, we don't need that. We still have the wine cellar too, like the puzzle on the barrels, but I'm not sure what the hell that one is really pointing us at. Maybe the old adage, Ring of Swords. No, apparently not. Book in my chamber is the key to the work of my life. The wisdom of this literary work will will help you understand my motives and their consequences. Well, the only literary work that apparently has appeared in my journal for record is Hamlet. Right, we have nothing left in that room. We still have a puzzle that needs to be solved right here. In the dining room by giving that bust a mask. Okay, let me parse this again. The guest with a huge, graceful nose looked down from above all the other guests. Okay, the white one with the big nose, that's on top. His attention was called deep down below at the bottom of the hall, where a gentleman with a large green mask was talking very close to the woman on his right with a mask with feathers adorned. Most distant of the guests, as if they were fighting on, were a woman with an opal green emerald on her mask, the left of the hall, and across her. Oh, hold on. Across her. Not the most distant of the guests, so they are the furthest apart. So oval green, sky blue are the furthest apart. In the center of the hall, a woman with a black flames appearance mask. Of the last two guests located just above her, drawing them each, their attention was. The two most distant guests were oval emerald and sky blue. Black mask is in the middle. The white mask with a large nose, the only one that has a nose, is on top. Literally, I don't know how else to interpret that. Made across her. I don't know. You know what? Hold on for a second. I am happy to play along with this, but there just comes a point where it's no longer fruitful to sit here and ponder on it. you... No, no, no. Hold on, hold on, hold on. At the bottom of the hall was a gentleman with a large green mask, talking very close to the woman on his right. That is not his right. That is his fucking left. What the fuck? That clue was not even correct. No wonder I couldn't solve that shit. Anyways, let's give this fucker the mask. A heraldic emblem, okay. Okay, we have that safe upstairs we have no idea about. We still need to find the jewel that goes into the brooch in the sewing room. There's some sort of, like, wooden lock box in the closet. The master bedroom has a shit ton of things, but we don't know where we would apply the disc or this music box ballerina. We're also still apparently missing a key that's hiding behind a painting somewhere in a room where there's a fireplace. It's the main hall. We've already ransacked the study. No fireplace in the library, though that last rack of books we need to figure out is in there. Ballroom. Game room. No. God, I feel like I'm going crazy after all this shit. It's in all likelihood the case that I am just running around and completely missing the one room that I actually need to dip into. Crown-shaped key. Where the fuck do I use that? I know I've seen the... Hold on. There was a tiny closet. Yeah, right here. I believe we're getting somewhere. Okay, well, we're finally somewhere new. That's progress. The twins. I say that's Maya and Mia. For some reason, the girls' grades dropped sharply. Significantly, okay. Well, guessing about everything else, I'm gonna say it's probably something to do with the mystical, magical. You know, two different names share the same blood is written on the back of it. Okay, 5 times counterclockwise. Oh, let's apply our ballerina here. No, that one just requires a straight key. Maybe the key is supplied here then. Okay, hold on. Cameo ring. Beautiful cameo ring with a fine hand-carved relief. Hello? As I was saying before my brain went off in 7 directions, I imagine it's due to the magical juice that their father was feeding them that their grades started dropping. I think it's fascinating that they actually went through and added all these bathrooms just so that it wasn't a case of, you know, this is a beautiful structure and whatnot, but there's no bathrooms anywhere. You see that trope so very often. Yeah, I'm ignoring that. That just popped up. I was trying to hit a different key. Okay, we've done all that so far. Okay, now maybe we can use that signet ring. Master bedroom. Okay, there's the clock face that we can now put up here. There's the crimson gem to finish the necklace on the dress. So we need to go all the way across the manor right now. This person is definitely getting their fucking steps in. Lock that in there. Placing the gem on the necklace produced an optical reaction. Okay, 1 counterclockwise, 2 clockwise, 3 clockwise. And I guess, based on everything else that we've seen, that is the wooden lockbox that we see over there in the closet. Yep, need to go further over. Okay. Counterclockwise. Clockwise. Clockwise. Emil Strange, born February 3rd, 1882, died November 5th, 1885. Oh, alright, that's rather dark. Bronze medallion embossed with an hourglass. Okay. We are rapidly running out of things to plug into places. What's left up here is that chest, but we need a key with a heart on it. Can I put these emblems on here somehow? It almost looks like I need to set them into something before I can hang them up. Okay, the only clue that we got over here was Hamlet. Oh, okay, hold on. I didn't realize that the upper shelf could rotate. Alright, what mystical, magical nonsense you got for me? Seems someone has spent a lot of time designing these complex mechanisms. Yeah, it seems like you got a whole lot of prestidigitafuckery in here. Bioselective regeneration. I've discovered that many of the endemic reptiles of the islands
visited on my expedition have an amazing ability to regenerate in a matter of hours. They can completely replace a lost limb. I've also managed to identify jellyfish that apparently renew their cellular composition, generating a perpetual cycle, which means, if I'm not mistaken, that they can live forever. These are just some of the animals that seem to share a unique genome different from that of many other specimens, even of the same species. Is it possible to isolate these genomes and transliterate them from one species to another to reverse cell deterioration or death in other living beings? Well, I'm going to hazard that this did not go well. Report 2, the origin of life. I've managed to determine that the species with the greatest longevity and are the oldest and most primitive ones, those that are biologically composed of simpler cellular structures. I'm sure that this phenomenon is connected with the very origin of the Earth billions of years ago. These ancient genes, incomprehensible for us, go back to the very origin of life and the universe, and if my calculations are correct, they are traceable to the forgotten depths of the coldest and deepest oceans of the planet, very close to where the species evaluated in my studies perform their mating and reproduction rituals. These animals are closer to the very source of life. Again, the English is not always spot on in these. I don't even know how to pronounce that. The primal gene. I am convinced that the ancient myths about eternal life are all connected with a single immutable reality, the original gene of life, the Philosopher's Stone, which the ancient alchemists sought to obtain. The elixir of eternal life is nothing more than the fossilization of this gene and its consequent chemical reactivation. Ponce de Leon, fountain of eternal youth, was surely a source of water rich in bioactive sediments of the gene product of the pre-fossilization of these species. Even the macabre stories about vampires and other immortal beings show the biological transformation caused in some subjects who consume species with said gene in their diet, such as rare species of albino bats that is very popular in rural villages in northern Romania. The Fountain of Eternal Youth, or the Philosopher's Stone, actually existed. However, analysis of sediments from waters collected on the islands indicates the load of living enzymes produced by the gene has decayed exponentially over time. In other words, the source of eternal youth described by the inhabitants of the island has been dying little by little. This explains why we do not have certain evidence that there are individuals or subjects who have managed to live forever. However, I do not doubt that this is theoretically possible if it is possible to isolate and replicate the enzymes of the gene of life through eugenic techniques and then synthesize a compatible serum at the cellular level with the human body. It would be possible to delay the cellular deterioration in our body or even stop it permanently. Oh, yeah. He was deep diving in the cuckoo. Alright, we don't have a key for you yet. Or a codex. Okay, we got another one of those discs. Nicholas seems to not have grown physically at all these years. Okay, well, would you let me get something out of my inventory then? Okay, they're dancing. What about this one? Having a boxing match. Oh, dress gloves. Okay. That's probably something to do over here. Ooh. There was a special name for these. I don't remember what it was, but I remember that there was a special name. Gene? No, I don't need to see the box again. I need to see this. Okay, primal is too short to fit in there. So we're looking for some other sort of keyword. Astrology, alchemy, botany, entomology, chemistry, anatomy. Yeah, that checks out. I think we've used pretty well everything in our journal, but we're missing a couple odds and ends. We're short 2 medallions, and then I think one more piece of whatever the sigils are. And then we have a key that goes to something in the closet. And there's a safe upstairs that I still have no idea what that shit's about. So, unfortunately, I do believe that I will be reading that hint now. If I look at the wine cellar barrels with my monocle, I can see that there's a pattern of heraldic symbols on the lids. It seems that I can chain the identical symbols between each pair of lids as if they were domino pieces. That doesn't seem quite right, but okay, I'll trust you on that. Then again, I don't know. They gave me a clue that flat out lied to me earlier. Oh, wait. The wine cellar was back here. Nope, not that one. Okay. Oh no, the shields are different. Okay. Helmets are different. Swords are different. But you solve one pairing. That clues you in for the rest of them. Okay. Yep. Is that escutum? So I should be able to hang that up now and then put the other two sigils into it in the main hall. Pardon, the vestibule. Yep, all right, that's slotted in place now, so we can put the other two pieces in. Alright, that gives us the Fortress Medallion, which just leaves one more strain of things that we need to track down for the last medallion. Placed all the emblems in the art room. Well, we don't have all the emblems. We're one short. There's some kind of key that we need to use on this thing in the closet. And then presumably, that will give us the heart-shaped key for the master bedroom trunk. What key are you needing? I don't believe that they would put a key in here, but I fucking have been wrong before. Yeah, I don't know. Key with the heart-shaped ornament I got. Hold on. From the clock is similar to the padlock on the clock. I don't think I technically have that key anymore. Key with the heart-shaped ornament I got from the clock is similar to the padlock on the chest in the master bedroom. Which clock are you talking about? Because it's not this one. Oh my god. Yeah, we are. We're doing a little searching on the side here. my god. Where is this fucking heart key there? I feel like this game could have been scripted out slightly better, I'm just saying. Okay, we're still working on it. I'm getting there. I'm still searching. Oh my god. Y'all are killing me. Okay. Allegedly, we need to go back to the dining room and check the clock in there. So back downstairs we need to go. Fucking hell. I didn't realize that it unlocked that part as well. Jeez. Alright, well that should probably carry us out to the end now. Alright, heart-shaped key. Go! Strongbox silver key. dead bodies conservation methods. This man was doing some awful shit. Okay. We need to go up to the attic. Probably. Can't open this safe back here. There's our last medallion. Okay. Okay, we need to go back downstairs? Question mark? Yep, back downstairs, then around to the room here. Ah, shit. Of all the things that they did not record. Now I don't even know where that paper was at that showed us what needed to go where. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Why can't I just record this in the journal? That seems like it would be useful. Okay, a sword. So one would kind of figure a lion. That's apparently correct. Ulysses with an hourglass. That one seems pretty straightforward. Patience, bravery, wisdom? This does not look like the right medallion. Okay. Hermes, the god of wit. Goddess of wisdom. After placing the medallions, a mechanism activated in the center of the room. It seems that the mysterious legacy of Mr. Strange is related to the recent uncanny disappearances. Investigation Report 5, Dark Red Blood. After several years of investigation and experimentation, I've finally succeeded. I have managed to synthesize a serum by combining the properties of the life enzyme isolated from a jellyfish, the selective regenerative gene from a salamander, and the blood of some test subjects. I've been able to show how the half-life of the serum improves considerably as younger test subjects are used, which results in a darker shade of red in the serum. I've started the next stage of clinical trials with the vermilion and carmine formulations. Very soon, I will start testing a new hypothesis. Okay, we've got the storage room key. Vermilion formula. Roger Brown, 20 to 30. Suitable for next step. Marcus Bientor, 30 to 40. Unsuitable. Death after a few hours. Well, no shit. Agatha Howells. Hey, Dre's. I'm almost done on this one. Agatha Howells, 30 to 40. Death in 3 hours, 22 minutes. William Johnson, 40 to 50. Unsatisfactory results. Death. Unknown male, 50 to 60. Unsuitable. Sudden death. Vermilion formula components have been found to be more harmful to elderly test subjects. Observation continues. Serious murder of famous Serbian scientist Steven Slavko has been found dead under strange circumstances. Offspring is eternal is written in Latin on the top of the heavy door. Well, we have a storage room key, so gee, I wonder where we need to go. Okay, the storage room is upstairs. So we need to dip back out into the vestibule and run up real quick. That achievement was called the Master of Unlocking. It was terrible. Remember her name. Family portrait was repainted to remove the youngest family member. Small bronze key to a jewelry box. I think it was Camille? No, something was a little off. Crimson. Oh, the baby's name was Camille. Well, that's already dark. And then there was the key to the closet in here, which I'm betting this is the one remaining key that I've got. different names share the same blood. Lion Mia. Hey, Maya. And yeah. Alright, that's 2. Then there was another one of these down in the basement laboratory. I think that was down past the root cellar? No, that wasn't it. Oh, geez. I don't remember where that room was anymore. Not this one, because that's the final area we need to go to. Scientific laboratory that he had set up. I don't think it was down here, but let me double check. Okay, no, that was just where we picked up the shield for the sigil. So where was that damn room then? It wasn't his study. Oh, it was back here in the library. Okay, there's one name that we haven't... Nicholas. Okay. All right. Awkward, but here we go. The fact that I was apparently privy to this man as his, right-hand man, and he was doing all of this shit and then left me as the owner of this place, that is exceedingly dark. Don't pop the cork on it like it's fine wine. Don't do it. Ah. Well, this is awkward. It appears that the Strange family did not, in fact, die in transit. He locked them in their basement and started pumping them full of this regenerative bullshit. Crimson formula, Eureka. I've managed to synthesize formula that completely stops cell aging, the Crimson formula. The cost has been very high. I've had to make an immeasurable sacrifice for our family, but it's been necessary to take the next great step for humanity. It's been difficult for the rest of the family to understand, but it is really simple. She has not died. She will now live eternally as part of us. She has given us the gift of eternal life, and her inheritance for the world is the perpetuation of the lineage of a family that would forever change the destinies of humanity. The Vita Chamber. You have come very far. You have earned a role in the history of mankind. Our bodies must remain in suspended animation for 100 years inside the Vita Chambers to complete the cellular transmutation process and attain eternal life. I have decided to grant you the privilege of becoming the heir to the mansion and the keeper of the chambers. Along with this letter, you'll find a dose of the Crimson formula that will allow you to live long enough to fulfill this last mandate. Once our transmutation process is finished, you will have the opportunity to use one of the cameras and achieve immortality like us. Cameras. Huh. I kind of feel like purely out of concern for the rest of humanity that I should probably destroy this. Yeah. So, that's what's going to happen. So, yeah. Alrighty then. That was a fucking weird game. I mean, I could kind of guess it at the outset, but that was a little weird. Alright. Well, that was a time. So, let me bring us back to the den. Jeez. Oh, Lord, that is a time. Time and a half, even. Alright, well. I don't know what to say to that. That was an interesting set of puzzles. I feel like they needed to do a little bit more actual testing to make sure that everything functioned properly, but yeah. Alright, so let me see who is out here for us to raid over into real quick. Okay, we are going to jump on over and raid into Flip Flop, who is playing some Factorio right now, I believe with a couple other people. At least one. But, yeah. I hope you enjoyed watching me lose my fucking mind. And, as per always, if you've spent any amount of time here with me this evening, thank you. You could have spent this time with quite literally any other streamer doing any other thing. But you chose to be here with me. I really do appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. All right. I am going to send you on your way now, but I hope the rest of your week is very short, sweet, to the point, and you can enjoy a nice weekend. All right. Until next we meet. For now.